All right, got a green light starts in both lanes, and it's going to be Wyatt Palmetier getting the win light here as he goes 609 on his 607 dial in. As Kelly breaks out with a 493 on 496. John Rollins coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Okay, John Rollins going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 611 is going to be his dial in, going against Jamie Kelly over there in the Budweiser lane. And Jamie Kelly is going to get the win light here as he goes 586 on a 585. That'll bring up Andy Lindsay next. 673 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Jim Barbera out of Trenton, Florida. 575 is the dial in for the dragster in the Budweiser lane. Andy Lindsay's going to get the win light here on a double red light start. And he goes through the 674 on his 73 dial in as Barbera went 553 on his 575. That'll bring up Daniel Young next. He's out of Palm Harbor, Florida, the wheel of the Ford Mustang. He'll go up against Buddy Goolsby over here in the Budweiser lane. Goolsby with a 662 dial in. Okay, you got a clean green light start here at the stripe. It's going to be Goolsby getting the win light here on a double breakout. As he was 659 on a 62. Young goes 608 on a 613. All right, that's going to bring up Ken Grant next. 570 the dial in for the 73 Nova. He's out of Ty, Georgia. He'll go up against Mike Gaffney out of Wildwood, Florida. 709 the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. Yeah, red light start there for Ken Grant. It's going to get Mike Gaffney the automatic win. Gaffney goes through the 708 on that 709. And Grant also broke out with a 568 on his 70 dial in. That brings up David Harris next. 480 is going to be the dial in for the dragster in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll go up against Alan Roush Sr. out of Jacksonville. 616 is going to be the dial in for Roush. All right, nice clean start for both racers, and it's going to be Alan Roush Sr. getting the win right here as he goes dead on with a 7, picks up the win there as Harris goes out with a 489 on his 480 dial in. Ronald Long coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12.99 is going to be his dial in. Going against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 13.60 will be his dial in. Okay, red light's going to come on over there for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. as he goes 13.68 on the 13.60. Yeah. Chuck Willem coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 9.99 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against the bike over here in the Budweiser lane. This is bike 39.84. He's got a 12.05 dialed in. Okay, so the Budweiser lane is going to get the win light there as he goes 12.16 on a 12.05. He was 0.04 on the tree as Chuck Willem pulled the trigger too early on his bike. That's going to bring up Jeremy Davis. 13.19 is the dial in for the bike over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll go up against Larry Berger over there in the Budweiser lane. Berger with a 11.89 dial in. And it's going to be Larry Berger getting the win light here as he goes 12.01 on the 11.89 dial in. Jeremy Davis goes out with a 13.65 on his 13.19. That'll bring up motorcycle 39.85. Got a 10.90 dialed in. Going against Dwayne Schmidt Sr. over here in Budweiser lane. 8.35 is his dial in. Red light start there for Dwayne Schmidt Sr. is going to get the automatic win through the Lucas Oil lane. They go through 11.03 on that 10.90 dial in. Schmidt goes 8.41 on that 8.35. Okay, that looks like that'll wrap up round one of the street bikes. We're now going into round one of sportsmen. And we're going to get it kicked off here with Jeff Barrier over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12.16 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. He's out of Gainesville. Heads up against D. Lindy over here in the Budweiser lane. 12.77 is going to be the dial in for the 2017 Camaro. He's out of St. John's, Florida. Okay, red light start for D. Lichty is going to give Jeff Barrier the automatic win light. And Barrier goes through the 12.10 on that 12.16. All right, John Landola coming up next. 12.60 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. He'll be over here in the Challenger, excuse me. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil race. Going up against Jason Reniger. He's out of St. Petersburg. 12.42 the dial in for the S10 pickup. And Reniger is going to get the win light here as he goes 12.45 on a 12.42. As Landola goes out with his 12.67 on his 12.60 dial in. Monica Roberts coming up next. 12.52 is the dial in for the 95 Camaro. She'll be up against Mark Pangilian over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 1261 dial in. All right, we got a clean green light start, 51 thou difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Bart Pangilian getting the win light here on a double breakout. He breaks out by the lead steal and gets the win light. All right, here comes the F250, number 137. It's got a 1627 dial down on it. Going against Brett Bedman over there in the Budweiser lane, 1296 is his dial in. He's from Jacksonville with the GTO. Okay, so the win light's going to come on down there for Brett Bedeman as he goes 13-17 on that 1296 dial in. As the truck goes through with the 1777 on its 1627 dial in. Okay, win light here is coming on for the Chevelle as he goes through the 1225 on that 1220 dial in. That brings up Robert Simpson next. 1206 is his dial in. He's out of Jacksonville with the 70 Nova going up against Lee Hilander out of Leesburg, Florida, the 94 Camaro. 1320 is his dial in. And here we go to stripe, and it's going to be Simpson getting the win line here. 30 goes 1207 on a 1206. As the lead breaks out with a 1316 on his 1320 dial in. Alan Hill coming up next. 11 flat to dial in for the Ford Mustang. And going up against Connor Fahey out of Brooksville, Florida. 1205 to dial in. And here we go to the stripe, and the win light's going to come on down there for Alan Hill as he goes through with a 1099.9 on that 11 flat dial in, and Connor goes 1197 on the 1205. Chad King coming up next. Got 1235 dialed in on the 94 Pontiac Firebird. Goes up against Dennis Harsh out of Gainesville, the 2010 Infiniti. He's got 1320 dialed in on that car. Looks like 11,000 separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Chad King getting the win line here as he goes 1261 on that 1235 dial in. And as Dennis Harsh also slows to a 1383 on his 1320. All right, attention out the staging lanes. I've got golf carts sitting in the staging lanes. They don't belong there, folks. I need the golf carts moved at this time because we got to bring some cars into the lanes. If you got golf carts in the staging lanes, we need them out of the staging lanes now. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. Overflow go to 5 and 6. Golf carts in your way, run over it. Once again, the Pro Eliminator, start making your way to lanes 3 and 4 with overflow to 5 and 6. Okay, red light there is going to come on over for the Lucas Oil lane. As he goes 12, 11, 26 on a 26 dial and a good run there. And as Marcus goes out with his 1350 on a 43. Mitchell Gunner coming up next, 1276 the dial in for the Dodge Charger. Going against Jen Robards over here in the Budweiser lane, 1312 is her dial in. All right, once again, these Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4 with overflow to 5 and 6. I've got golf carts sitting in the staging lanes that should not be there. Golf carts need to be moved out of the staging lanes at this time. We've called cars to the lanes. If you got golf carts sitting in the staging lanes, get them out of there. All right, my run coming up here for Dan Salyers. 1328 is going to be his dial in. All right, Salyers goes dead on with a 7 with an 021 reaction time. Nice package there for Dan Salyers. All right, once again, I need the golf carts moved out of the staging lanes. Golf carts need to be removed out of the staging lanes. We're trying to bring cars into the lanes. Ladies and gentlemen, your golf carts do not belong in the staging lanes. Unless you're bringing a vehicle up, then it gets moved immediately. Get your golf carts out of the staging lanes so we can get cars into the lanes, please. Once again, I need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. Overflow goes to 5 and 6. and we got Blake Jones coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1199 is going to be his dial in, going against Ryder Horse. He'll be over there in the Budweiser lane. 1190 is his dial in. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. And at the stripe, it's going to be Blake Jones getting the win light here on a double breakout. He goes 1196 on his 99 dial in. And Ryder Horse goes 1187 on his 1190. Kylie Mockney coming up next. She'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1207 is the dial in. She's out of Venice, Florida. And she'll be running up against car number 5945. All right, got a clean green light start here. Looks like about 15,000 separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Kylie Mockney getting the win light here. She goes through the 1212 on that 1207 dial in. All right, Bradley Holloway going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 2150 is going to be the dial in. Going against Grant Lewis out of Rikon, Georgia. Got a 1390 down in. Okay, so the wind light there is going to come on for Grant Lewis. And it looks like that'll take care of the 6 and 9-year-olds as we get ready to go over here to our 10 to 12-year-olds. All right, Byron here for Morgan Wooten. 1268, the dial in for Morgan is 1263. Here we go back into the junior jacks. This is the 10 to 12-year-olds. We got Xander Cook coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Wyatt Hicks over there in Budweiser Lane. 977 is his dial in. So we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And the wind light's going to come on for Xander Cook as he goes 894. It's 890 dialed in as Hicks breaks out with a 966 on 977. Colson Hay coming up next. Here we go here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 893 is going to be his dial in. Going against Chloe Tanner over here at Budweiser Lane. 901 is going to be her dial in. Caesar coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 928 is going to be his dial in, going up against Lincoln McMaster over here in the Budweiser lane. 901 is the dial in. He's out of Leon Springs. And a red light start there for Caesar is going to give Lincoln McMaster the automatic red light. And Lincoln goes through with a 907 on that 901 dial in. Caden Holdaway coming up next. 9 Flat's going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against Sierra Haight. She'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. 894 is going to be her dial in. Okay, red line there is coming on for Caden Holdaway. So he goes 904 on a 9 flat. Sierra goes out with a 902 on an 894. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2. All right, Hunter Dowling coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 920 dialed in. Going up against Ryan Cook over here on the Budweiser side. He's got an 892 dialed in. Okay, red light start there for Hunter Dowling. He's going to give Ryan Cook the automatic red light. And Cook goes through the 890 on that 892 dial in as Dowling goes 929 on his 920. All right, John Butler over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going up against Everly Siegel out of Riverview, Florida. She's got a 915 dialed in. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super gas, need your lanes 1 and 2, please. Super gas, need your lanes 1 and 2. All right, Brooklyn Collins coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 894 is going to be the dial in. She'll be going up against Briella Browning out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. 890 is going to be the dial in there in the Budweiser lane. All right, once again, super gas, lanes 1 and 2, please. Super gas, lanes 1 and 2. All right, 27,000 separating the two here at the starting line. Here we go at the stripe. The wind light's coming off from Brooklyn Collins. She goes dead on with a 3. And gets the wind light there. Browning goes out with an 897 on her 890 dial. All right, Madison Butler coming up next. She's out of Odessa, Florida, going up against Tanner Bachny out of Venice. Tanner with an 897 dial in. 890 is going to be the dial in for Butler. Yeah, red light start there for Butler. Is going to get Bachny the automatic win light. And Tanner goes through with an 899 on his 897 dial in. All right, here we go. We got Autumn D. Rossett coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil lanes. 8 flats to dial in. Going to get Savannah Highhouse over here in the Budweiser lane. Savannah with a 797 dial in. right start there for Savannah. It's going to give Autumn DeRossetti the automatic win light. And Autumn goes 802 on that 8-flat dial in, 801 on it, 797 for High House. All right, Michaela Duffett coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side tracks, got 794 dialed in. Going to get the red light here over Maverick, over Ryan Falmouth here to turn on the red light. And Duffett goes through an 8-flat on that 794.
We'd like to thank our sponsors real quick. First, we want to start off with Goolsby Racing Enterprises right here in Gainesville, Florida. If you need a wrap done to your vehicle or lettering for your storefront, give them a call at 352-870-7258. Also, that grass is starting to grow. You need someone to take care of your lawn, give them a call at On the Spot Lawn Maintenance, full service lawn care for you at 904-966-1633. Also, check out our sister page, On the Spot with David Rogers, as they talk about politics and local news around the area. Also coming up in October 27th through the 28th is the 8th annual 352 shootout that will take place right here at Gainesville Raceway. So come on out. You'll have a great time. They'll have a car show and part of that as well. Then we're going to run a couple of commercials while they do a little bit of track prep, and we'll be going into the second round of eliminations.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida at David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Also, we want to talk a little bit about the Gatortown Throwdown that has now been rescheduled for June the 9th and the 10th right here at Gainesville Raceway. Everything will remain the same as shown on the flyer. They are just hoping and praying that the rain will stay away, as last weekend's event looked like it was going to be a washout, so they had to go ahead and pull the plug, which I think in all was a good thing, because that afternoon it surely did get wet. So come on out and support that event. And if you're in the local area, hey, come on out here to Gainesville Raceway. There's plenty of racing left. You'll have a great time, I guarantee you. It's for the whole family. There's plenty of room in the stands for you. So if you're close by, come on out. We're just going into the second round. We probably at least have another 4 to 5 rounds to go. And this weekend we have Super Gas on tap. Also, don't forget, coming up on May the 13th is the Mega Test and Tune right here at Gainesville Raceway. It will start at 8 a.m. You got a car show and swap meet and test and tune all wrapped up in one. Then on the 27th and 28th of May is the Grassroots Motorsports Challenge. June the 3rd, another Mega Test and Tune. Again, gates open at 8 a.m. with the car show, swap meet, and test and tune. The next Summit Racing Series will take place after, of course, this Sunday on June the 24th and 25th. That will be race number 9 and 10 on the year. You can always stay tuned to what's happening by going to GainesvilleRaceway.com and clicking on the schedule. I hope everyone's enjoying the live streaming today. We did purchase a new laptop and looks like it's working really well. I haven't seen any interruptions on our end as far as delivering a great product for those who can't make it out here today. And this thing's only going to get better over time. So if you're watching on your laptop or your cell phone and you're at home in front of a smart TV, hey, you can go to YouTube, go to On the Spot Motorsports with David Rogers. That's our YouTube channel. And you can watch it right there on your TV, get a better image of what's going on out here today. we're getting back into racing action.
All right, here we go. Round number 2, Super Gas. Jeff Ashley coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Dark City, Georgia, the 69 Camaro Roadster. And he'll go up against David Scott out of Jacksonville, the 68 Chevelle. All right, we got a clean green light start, both lanes, 15-pound difference, and it's going to be David Scott getting the win light here, 6:35 on the 6:30, as Jeff Ashley breaks out with a 6:28 on his 6:30 index. That brings in Big Singer out of Summerfield, the 1980 Chevy Monza. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go against Mike Stafford out of Ellaville, Georgia, the 88 Camaro. He'll run over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, we got a clean green light start, both lanes, and Mike Stafford's going to get the win light here. He kind of got a gift because he was dead late on the tree. Singer should have lifted down on the top end. So Stafford's going live to go to round 3. Jason DeWitt coming up next, the 27 Ford out of Springfield, Georgia. He'll go up against Tim Powell out of Ty, Georgia. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, Tim Powell gets the win light there as he goes through with a 6:33 on a 6:30 index. And Jason DeWitt goes out with a 6:35 on his 6:30 index. Joey Anderson coming up next. 62 Chevy 2 wagon. Be over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against Jason McCandless out of Naples, Florida. All right, we got green light starts at both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Double breakout. Going to be Joey Anderson getting the win light there. He breaks out by 3 thousandths and McCandless breaks out by 6. All right, got another Jason DeWitt coming up here. This is Bloomingdale, Georgia. Going to be going up against Daryl Bergeron in the Dodge Dakota over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, one light's going to come on for DeWitt. He goes 6:37 and then 6:30. And Bergeron having problems with the Dodge. All right, Roman Salter coming up next out of Guyton, Georgia, and the 91 Trans Am. Going up against Michelle Linsby out of Panama City Beach, Florida, 6:30 the dial in for the Corvette. Okay, Winlight's going to come up for Salter. Both drivers dead on. Michelle with a 4, Salter with a 7. The action time advantage went to Salter. He was 017 to an 026. 62 10,000ths of a second. Craig Miller coming up next. He's out of Savannah, Georgia, the 48 Anglia. He'll run up against Gene Quinn out of Gainesville in his 63 Corvette Roadster. And the win line's going to come on for Gene Quinn, 634 on the 630 index. And he was 002 on the tree. Craig Miller was 034. Miller goes 635 on the 30 index. Dennis Bergeron coming up next out of Scriven, Georgia, the 64 Plymouth Valiant station wagon. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil Lane going against Mike Suley out of Naples in the 82 Olds Cutlass. And at the stripe, it's going to be Suley hitting the win light there, 631 on a 630. Roy DeWitt coming up next, 57 Chevy out of Bloomingdale, Georgia. He'll be going against Mike Beck out of Guyton, Georgia in the 65 Falcon. And a red light start by Beck's going to give DeWitt the automatic win light. So 57 moves on into the next round, 642 at 630. It looks like that will wrap up that second round of Super Gas as we're now going over to Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, round number 2. Super Pro Motorcycles, you make your way to lane 7, please. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. All right, Lisa Rempa coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 640 is going to be the dial in for the 1970 Dodge start. Good luck against Rob Reynolds out of Melbourne, Florida. 629 to dial in for the Monte Carlo. All right, clean green light start both lanes. Looks like we're going to have 19,000 difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Rob Reynolds getting the win light here. 632 on a 629 dial in, as Lisa Rempa goes out with a 642 on a 640. Mike Noble's coming up next, 676 to dial in for the 84 Dodge Charger out of Glen St. Mary. He'll go up against John DeWayne over there in the Budweiser lane, 616 to dial in for the 68 Camaro. All right, clean green light start in both lanes. Only 10 miles separate the two in the starting line, and at the stripe, the win light comes on over there for John DeWayne. On a double breakout, he breaks out by the least amount, so he moves on into round number 3. be the dial-in for the S10 out of Middleburg. He'll be going up against Jimmy Hodges over here in the Budweiser lane. 607, the dial-in for the 75 Nova. Okay, red line start there by Jimmy Hodges gives Mark Dell the automatic win light. And Mark went through with a 659 on his 658 dial-in. Mel Reisky coming up next, 639 the dial-in for the 2000 Chevy Camaro. He'll go up against Chris Knapp from St. Petersburg, 694 is his dial-in. Okay, the win line comes off for Chris Knapp. He goes 694 with a 4 on a 94 dial-in. As Mel breaks out with a 638.6 on his 639 dial-in. Eric Yates coming up next, 697 the dial-in for the 86 GMC pickup. And he'll be going up against Steve Welch. Welch got a 730 dial-in on the Plymouth Duster. And a red light start there for Yates is going to give Welch the automatic win light. As Welch goes through with a 736 on that 730 dial-in. This is going to bring up David Bergeron. He's out of Odom, Georgia, in the 98 Chrysler Volare. 709 is going to be the dial-in. He'll be going up against Brent Benneman. Benneman's out of Jacksonville, the 06 GTO. And he's got 823 dialed in on that vehicle. And a red light start there for David. It's going to give Brent Benneman the automatic win light. And Benneman goes through 823 with a 1 on an 823 dial-in. Good run there for Brett. David Gasper coming up next. Port St. Lucie, he's got a 661 dial-in on the 87 S10. He'll go up against D. Lichty over there in the Budweiser lane. 843 is the dial-in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of St. John's, Florida. Okay, so we're off and running. Got a clean green light starter. One's late, one's good. Let's see how it works out. One that's good is going to get the win light as well. As Gasper goes 664 on his 661, he was 008 on the tree. And D. Lichty breaks out with an 841 on his 843. Bill Waller coming up next, 650 the dial-in for the Ford Ranger. He's out of Briceville, Florida. Going up against Mark Horton. There in the Budweiser lane, 679 the dial-in for the Chevy Camaro. And Waller is going to get the win light here as he goes dead on with a 5 with a 003 reaction time. He puts a 08 pack together. And Mark Horton breaks out with that 5.3 thousandths. All right, James Turner coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 742 is the dial-in for the Mercury Capri. He's going against Kevin Roberts over there in the Budweiser lane. 746 the dial-in for the 69 Camaro. And the win light comes on for Kevin Roberts. All right, here we go. We got Garrett Browning coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go against Keith Collins Sr. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, man. The red light's coming off of the S10 pickup truck. All right, here comes George Emanuel next, 780 the dial in for the Nova. He'll be going against Tom Courtney over there in Budweiser lane. Courtney with a 724 dial in for the 78 Trans Am. All right, we have a nice clean green light start in both lanes. And it's going to be George Emanuel getting the win light here as he goes dead on with a 5. He had a 15 reaction time, puts a 20 pack together. And Courtney breaks out with a 720 on his 724. Jim Gatlin coming up next. 616 the dial in for the Ford Mustang in a St. Augustine. Here we go against Richard Lindsay. He's out of Gainesville. 647 is his dial in. He'll be driving a 96 Mustang. All right, John Lambdola coming up over here on Lucas Oil side of the track. 678 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. Going against Travis Marchand and his 69 Camaro. 585 is going to be the dial in there in the Budweiser lane. And big wheels up start there for Travis. And at the stripe, it's going to be Travis Marchand getting the win light here as he goes 589 on his 585 dial in. Lambdola goes 688 on his 678 dial in. Sean Henson coming up next. 705 the dial in for the 1978 Buick Regal. He'll be going up against Mike French. French out of Ocala in the 65 Chevelle wagon. Okay, Henson's going to get the red light here. The red light start for Mike French. Okay, here comes Paul Allen. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 699 is the dial in for the 72 Maverick. He'll be going up against Chris French over here in the Budweiser lane. 620 is the dial in for the 68 Chevelle. Yeah, red light start there by Paul Allen. It's going to give Chris French the automatic win. And French goes through the 621 on his 620 dial in. Paul Allen goes dead on 9. Unfortunately, it's 001 red. All right, Ralph Bratton over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 698 is going to be the dial in for the 72 El Camino, going against Jason Rollins and his 71 Nova. And here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Rollins getting the win light here, 582 at 110 miles an hour. As Bratton goes out with a 701 at 95. Russell Morris coming up next. 696 the dial in for the 87 Oldsmobile. He'll go up against Big John Rollins over here in the Budweiser lane. 611. The dial in for the 72 Nova. Evans is going to get the win line here, 613 on his 611 dial in. As Morris bounds out with a 698 on the 696 dial in. David Zink coming up next, 709 the dial in for the 73 Duster out of Palm Beach, Florida. Going against Dan Warren. He's out of Melbourne, Florida. The 85 S10's got 640 dial in. All right, attention in the pits. Deep Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Start making your way into lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Start making your way into lanes 1 and 2. Open floor, go to 3 and 4. Okay, Aaron Reynolds coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 623 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Melbourne, Florida. He'll go against James Evans over here in the Budweiser lane. Evans with a 687 dial in. Yeah, red line start there by James Evans. Is going to give Aaron Reynolds the automatic win. And Reynolds goes 620 on a 623. All right, Ken Grant coming up next. He's out of Ty, Georgia. 567 going to be the dial in for the 73 Nova. He'll go up against Lee Hauser. Hauser out of Ponte Vedra, Florida. He's got a 71 Dodge Dart. A 699 dialed in. Yeah, red line start there for Lee Hauser. Is going to give Ken Grant the automatic red light here. And Grant goes through the 564 on a 67 dial in. Michael Hart coming up next. 609 the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Palm Harbor. He'll go up against Ernie Renfro over here in Budweiser Lane. Ernie with a 660 dial in on his 70 model Chevy Camaro. All right, got the clean green line start. Looks like we got 11,000 difference at the starting line. It's going to be Ernie Renfro getting the win line here, 662 on a 660 dial in. As Hart goes out with a 611 on his 609 dial in. Mike Gaffney coming up next, 708 the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood. He'll go up against Steve Bazorek. He's out of Middleburg, Florida, 86 Ford Mustang with a 640 dial in. Okay, here we go with the stripe, and it's going to be Gaffney getting the win line here as he goes 721 on a 708 dial in. Bazorek breaks out with a 637 on his 640. DJ Coventry coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 682 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll go up against Jesus Alberto out of Augusta, Florida. 692 is the dial in for the 96 S10. All right, got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go. The stripe, the win light's coming over for the Camaro. DJ Coventry, I believe this is. 691 on a 682. Dan Sawyer's coming up next. 745 is the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. He'll go up against Chris Lease. He's out of Melrose, Florida, the 72 Vista Cruiser wagon. Here in the Budweiser lane with a 6 flat dial in. So Chris is going to have to be patient because he's going to be setting Salyers out a wow, over 2.5 seconds. Head start will go to Salyers. And he ran out of patience with 0.08 of a second left to go. So Dan Salyers is going to get the win line 8:46 on 8:45. Robert Simpson coming up next. 763 is going to be the dial in for the 1970 Nova. He's out of Jacksonville. He'll be going against Leah Tadero over there in the Budweiser lane. 743 is the dial in for the 74 Chevy van. All right, got a clean green line start both lanes. Here we go. The stripe. It's going to be Robert Simpson getting the win line here. 790. He goes 767 on a 63 dial in. Lee Gelander coming up next. 842 is going to be the dial in for the 94 Camaro out of Leesburg. And he'll go up against Bart Pangilian over here in the Budweiser lane. 667 is the dial in for the 81 Chevy Camaro. Okay, Pangilian gets the win line here on a double breakout as he breaks out by 1 thou, and Yolanda broke out by a bunch. Dawson Bass coming up next. 721 the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. Then we're going against Darren Stutz over here in the Budweiser lane. 664 is the dial in for the 93 Camaro. All right, Darren Stutz gets the win line there on a red light start by Dawson Bass. Roland Alford coming up next. He's out of Glen St. Mary. 735 the dial in for the S10 pickup. He'll go against Clint Wilson out of Providence, Florida. 693 is the dial in for the 68 Nova. All right, got a clean green line start. 50,000 is the difference in the starting line, and it's going to be Roland Alford getting the win line here as Wilson breaks out with a 691 on that 93 dial in. Alford goes 741 on his 730 line 5, and he'll move on to the next round. Chad King coming up next. 794 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Gainesville with the 94 Pontiac Firebird. He'll go up against Dennis Bergeron out of Patterson, Georgia in the Barracuda. He's got a 708 dial in. Okay, 8 thou separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Bergeron getting the win line here. He goes 710 on that 708 dial in as Chad King breaks out. Bob Hoxton coming up next. 729 the dial in for the 90 Chevy pickup truck. We'll go up against Ann Knapp over here in the Budweiser lane. Knapp with a 685 dial in. $39 difference at the starting line. It's going to be Bob Hoxton getting the win line here as he goes dead on forward with a 005 reaction time. He puts an 09 pack together and says goodbye to Ann Knapp. Lucas Oil side of the track, 613 the dial in. And we're going up against Rob Reynolds over there in the Budweiser lane, 626 the dial in for the Monte Carlo. Okay, 2000 separated the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Reynolds getting the win right here as he goes 6-29 on his 26 dial in. All right, let's go bring up Garrett Browning next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 596 is going to be the dial in. He'll go against Marcus Cruz over here in the Budweiser lane. Cruz with an 866 dial in. He's out of McClenny, Florida. Okay, big wheels up, start there for the wagon, but Marcus Cruz had already turned on the red light, giving the automatic win there to Browning. And that'll bring up Andy Lindsay next. All right, here we go. Round two of the Supra Pro motorcycles, and we've got Larry Berger coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Got a 789 dialed in going up against Dwayne Leachman. Leachman over there in the Budweiser lane's got a 575 dialed in. All right, clean start in both lanes. Here we go. And it's going to be Larry Berger getting the win right here as he goes 801 on that 789 dial in. And Leishman couldn't run the number. He goes 608 on that 575. Leishman actually better on the tree as well. Sandy Rodriguez Jr. coming up next. 555 is going to be the dial in. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane going against Jeremy Davis out of Palm Coast. He's got an 842 dialed in. So just about a 3-second head start goes to the Jeremy, but he turned on the red light. So Sandy Rodriguez is going to get the win right here. All right, John Undergrove coming up next. 585 is going to be the dial in for the bike out of Keystone Heights. And he'll go against Scott Malone over there in the Budweiser lane. Scott with a 575 dial in. All right, so here we go. Round number 2 of the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. And we got Brendan George coming up over on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 641 is going to be his dial in. Then we're going against James Hicks Jr. over there in the Budweiser lane. 504 is his dial in. All right, we got a clean green light, start 11th out, separated the 2 at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Hicks getting the win line here. 507 on a 504 as Brendan breaks out with a 640 on his 641 dial in. Alan Rouse Sr. coming up next. 616 is the dial in for the S10 pickup truck out of Jacksonville. Then we're going up against Troy Bulker over there in the Budweiser lane, 681 the dial in for the 2000 S10. All right, clean green line, start third, only 3 down, separated the 2 at the starting line, and the stripe is going to be Bulker getting the win line here, 685 on a 681 dial in. As Alan Roush Sr. goes out with a 620 on a 616. Vince Costa coming up next out of Wesley Chapel, Florida, the 96 S10. It's got a 663 dialed in. Well, I guess John Dwayne from Jacksonville, 611 is the dial in for his 68 Camaro. All right, 22,000 separated the 2 at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Costa getting the win line here. 665 on a 663 dial in. All right, Chris McLean coming up next. He's out of Clearwater, Florida. 448 is going to be the dial in for the drag show over there in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll be going up against Joe Kingston out of Williston. Kingston with a 697 dial in on his Malibu. light start both lanes, and it's going to be McLean getting the win light here, 450 on a 448. As Pinchman breaks out with a 660, a 695 on his 697. All right, Dan Dobson coming up next. 1980 Chevy Monza out of Gainesville's got a 645 dialed in. He'll go against Ty Jones, Whittle, Lacucci, Georgia. He's got a 592 dialed in. All right, 5,000 separate the two at the starting line, and Dobson's going to get the win light here as he goes 646 on a 45 dial in. All right, David Harris coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 481 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going against the Camaro over here in the Budweiser lane, car number 503. He's got a 638 dial in. Yeah, red light start here for Harris. Is going to get the automatic win light here to the Camaro. All right, Glenn Newman's coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 646 is going to be the dial in on the 86 S10. He'll go up against Gene Spazzini out of Lake City. 66 Chevy 2 with a 632. All right, Glenn Newman's going to get the win light here as he goes dead on with a 2, and Gene breaks out by 2,000s. He's going to bring up Buddy Goolsby next. 659 the dial in for the S10 pickup. He's out of Gainesville. He'll go up against Bob Alexander out of Auburndale, Florida, in the 79 Malibu. He's got a 637 dialed in. And red light start for Goolsby. He's going to give Alexander the automatic win light. All right, Paul Ferrara coming up next. 651 the dial in for the 66 GTO out of Jacksonville. He'll go up against Garrett Browning out of Savannah, Georgia. 613 the dial in for the S10. All right, here comes Amber Matz. Over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 660 the dial in for the 67 Chevy 2. She go up against Ari Kelly over here in the Budweiser lane. 492 is the dial in for the dragster. All right, you got green light starts in both lanes. And it's going to be Ari Kelly hitting the win light here as he goes 495 on a 492. Amber goes out with a 671 on a 660 dial in. Will Highhouse coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 412. All right, Derek Vasquez is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. 748 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu. Okay, only 3,000 separated the two at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Highhouse getting the win line as he goes dead on with a 0, 009 on the tree. 9,000 pack put together. Vasquez goes 006, goes 4 over. 13 10,000ths of a second was the margin of victory at the stripe. All right, everybody have Randy Root next, 666 the dial in for the 71 Pinto out of Webster. Going up against Jamie Kelly over here in the Budweiser lane, 585 is the dial in for the 86 Daytona. And a red light start for Randy Root is going to give Jamie Kelly the automatic win light. Kelly goes 588 on his 585 dial in. Donald Porter coming up next out of Cocoa, Florida. 506 is his dial in. He'll go against Ken Buckner out of Elmville, Georgia. 597 is his dial in. Okay, Buckner's going to get the win light here on a double red light start. All right, Jerry McGill coming up next. 481 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. We're going up against Jason DeWitt out of Springfield, Georgia. 453 is going to be his dial in. Okay, red light start there for DeWitt. It's going to give McGill the automatic win. And Jerry goes through the 479 on the 481 dial in. Keith Collins coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 568 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Mike Bennett over here in the Budweiser lane. 701 is his dial. Red light start by Mike Bennett. It's going to give Keith Collins the automatic win. Collins goes through the 568 on his 568 dial in. comes the Corvette. 575 is going to be his dial in, going up against Jeff Ashley over there in the Budweiser lane. 519, the dial in for the dragster. And the Corvette gets the win right here. 576 on that 575 dial in. He was 002 on the tree. Jeff Ashley runs dead on with a 0, but he's 041 on reaction time. Can't seal the deal. Haley Wright coming up next. 515 is going to be her dial in. She's out of Middleburg, going up against Kurt Carlson out of St. Augustine. He's got a 521 dial in. Yeah, red light start there for Carlson's going to give Haley Wright the automatic win. And she goes dead on with a 7. Good run there for Haley. Gary Vasquez coming up next. 471 is going to be the dial in for the dragster over there in Lucas Oil Lane. He'll go up against Brian Jones. 464 the dial in for Jones. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Jones getting the win light here as he goes 467 on a 64 dial in. As Vasquez slowed to a 482 on his 471. And Brian Jones gets the win light. Shirley Powell coming up next. He'll go here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 664 the dial in for the 70 Camaro out of Green Coat. Going against Niles Rubar. And it's going to be Shirley Powell getting the win light here. He goes 666 on the 64 dial in. Niles had a 001 reaction time, but breaks out with a 535 on the 37 dial in. Bobby Trinnell coming up next. 510 is going to be the dial in for the dragster over there on the Lucas Oil lane. He'll go up against James Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 450 is the dial in for the dragster out of Elkton. Okay, we got a clean green line start, 42,000 difference in the starting line, and it's going to be Hicks getting the win line here as he puts the 6-mile pack together and takes out Trinnell. Trinnell went 512 on his 510. Hicks goes dead on with a 5, and he was 001 on the tree. Barry Rowell coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 583 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against Robert Ledbetter out of Fort Pierce, Florida, at the 69 Firebird. He's got a 589 dial in. Nice start there by Barry Rouse. Going to give Ledbetter the automatic win. And Ledbetter goes to the 589.3 on an 89 dial in. Todd Austin coming up next. He's got a 484 dialed in. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against Rick Brantley over here in the Budweiser lane. 453 is the dial in for the drag shot of Orange Park. Okay, Rick Brantley's going to get the win light here as he's 007 on the tree, goes dead on with a 9, puts the 16,000 pack together. Austin was 014 on the tree. He goes 486 on his 84 dial in. Bubba Browning coming up next, 621 the dial in for the Nova out of Sarasota, Florida. They go up against Don Higgins out of Bartonville, Illinois, 457 the dial in for that dragster into Budweiser lane. All right, need a street bike. Street bikes to lane 7, please. Street bikes need you to lane 7. All right, Bubba Brown, he's going to get the win light here. 622 on a 21 dial in. As Don Higgins turns on the red light and gives the win over to Bubba Browning. Mike Fiddler coming up next. 645 the dial in for the 73 Plymouth Scamp out of Summerfield, Florida. Up against Rob Hall out of Zephyr Hills, the 78 Malibu with a 625 dial in. And Fiddler is going to get the win right here as he goes through a 647 on a 645 dial in. Bubba Hawthorne coming up next, 448 the dial in for the dragster out of Mims, Florida. Comes up against Joe Schreiber. He's over here in the Budweiser lane, 640 the dial in for the 68 Camaro. All right, got 6,000 separate take the 2 in the starting line, and it's going to be Bubba Hawthorne getting there first. 451 on that 448 dial in, and Schreiber goes out with a 651 on his 640 dial in. That's going to bring up Lou Hawthorne. 448 is going to be the dial in for the drag shot of Mims over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Go up against John Connick over here in the Budweiser lane. Connick's out of Ocala. He's got a 747 dialed in. So Connick gets a 3-second head start here over Hawthorne. Okay, so Hawthorne breaks the beams down there, turns on the red light, gives the automatic win here to Connick. right, so it looks like we have sprung a leak here on Michael Bossie's Corvette, so they're pushing him back out of the way. It's going to be a competition single here for Nate Hamilton out of Fitzgerald, Georgia. Got a 554 dialed in on his 68 Camaro. All right, so Hamilton goes through the 556 on that 554 dial in. Tom Heath coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 6 flat to dial in for the GTO. He'll go up against Jim Barbera over here in the Budweiser lane. 540 is the dial in for the Drive Shroud of Trenton. All right, got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Tom Heath getting the win right here on a double breakout. All right, here goes Jeff Gatlin. 616 to dial in for the Ford Mustang out of St. Augustine. He'll go up against Wilbert Luke out of Douglas, Georgia at 470 is going to be the dial in. We got a clean green light start both lanes. Here we go. The stripe wind light is going to come off for Wilbert Luke. He goes 470 with an 8 on 470. He was 007 on the tree. And Gatlin was 032, goes 616 with a 3 on a 16 dial in. That's going to bring up Bobby Tranell next. 646 the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. Going up against Craig Spell over there in the Budweiser lane. 644 is the dial in for his S10. All right, 5,000 separate the two at the starting line. This one should be pretty close. And it's going to be Craig Spell getting the win line here as he goes through with a 646 on a 44 dial in. As Tranell goes out with a 649 on his 646. Mark Watson coming up next, 589 the dial in for the 78 Pontiac Fire Trans Am. He's out of Jessup, Georgia. He'll go up against Jason Graham out of Jacksonville, 569 is the dial in for the 65 Chevy 2. Okay, only 1,000 separated the two in the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Watson getting the win line here. He goes 590 on a 589, As Jason Graham goes out with a 572 on his 569. All right, Bill Hooks coming up next. He's out of Glenville, Georgia, 65 Chevy 2. And he'll be going up against Vic Singer over there in the Budweiser lane. Vic with a 615 dial in on his 1980 Chevy Monza. Alright, so Hooks is going to get the win right here. He goes 621 on the 613 as Singer having some problems with his car. He's let his ways down. I'll bring up Bruce Gurton next. 565 is the dial in for the 79 Fairmont. He'll go up against Jack Linsby out of Panama City Beach, Florida, 68 Camaro Roadster over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, win line's going to go on for Bruce Gurton as he goes 001 red. Jack was 004 red. Okay. All right, Billy Dunn coming up next, 471, the dial in for the drag shot in Leesburg. He'll be going up against Scott Browning from Wesley Chapel, 497 is going to be the dial in over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, here we go. As we got Derek Punky Brewster coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 545 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going to get Richard Lindsay over there in the Budweiser lane. 647 is his dial in. go. We got 29,000 separated to the starting line. Hit the stripe. It's going to be Brewster hitting the win line here. 547 on a 45 dial in as Lindsay goes out with a 650 on his 647. Ben Matz coming up next. 776 the dial in for the 65 Chevelle. He'll go up against Mike Gaffney over here in Budweiser lane. 708 the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood. Okay, here we go. We got 12,000 difference in the starting line. It's going to be Max getting the win line here. 777 on a 776. And Gaffney breaks out with a 708 or 707 on his 708 dial in. Tierra Carter coming up next. 518 the dial in for the dragster out of Blackshear, Georgia. She'll go up against Derek Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. 545 is the dial in for the S10 pickup. Red light start there for Vasquez. Going to give Carter the automatic win. She goes dead on with a 4. And Vasquez went 546 on his 45 dial in. Bruce Bennett coming up next. He's out of DeBary, Florida. In the little Chevy Vega. He'll be going up against Chad Kennedy over here in the Budweiser lane. 643 is the dial in for the Mustang. Red line start by Chad Kennedy is going to give Bruce Bennett the automatic win line. Bennett with a perfect reaction time. That should carry over into a bye run for him in the next round. That'll bring up Mark Daniels next. 493 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against Mark Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. He's also got 493 dialed in. So we're going to have a heads-up race here. All right, only 2,000 separated the two in the starting line. Here we go up the stripe. On a double breakout, Mark Daniels is going to get the win line here as he breaks out by 2,000. As Mark Horton breaks out by 11. Luke Galley coming up next. 676 going to be the dial in for the 77 Camaro. He's out of Fort White, Florida. And here we go against James Kelly Hicks over here in Budweiser lane. 449 the dial in for the dragster out of Elkton. All right, got 35,000 difference in the starting line. Here we go to stripe, and it's going to be Hicks getting the win line here. 451 on a 49 dial in as Louis goes out with a 679 on his 676. All right, here goes Dragster 2086. Got a 522 dialed in. Going against Chris Lewis from Rikon, Georgia. He'll be over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got 458 dialed in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need sportsmen to lanes 3 and 4, please. Sportsmen, lanes 3 and 4, come on down. I need sportsmen to lanes 3 and 4, please. Sportsmen, lanes 3 and 4. Junior dragsters. 6 to 9 year olds, lane 8. 10 to 12 year olds in lane 2. 13 and older, lane 1. Junior dragsters, start making your way to the staging lanes, please. Sportsmen, make your way to the staging lanes, please. All right, Chris Lewis gets the red light here. He goes 471 on that 458. Mike Rising coming up next. 655 is going to be the dial in for the Nova out of Brooksville. He'll be going up against Cameron Fredrickson over here in the Budweiser lane. 442 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Riverview, Florida. Light's going to come on over there for Cameron Fredrickson as he goes 442 on his 442 dial in. All right, Adam D. Ross said coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 630 is going to be the dial in for the 33 Ford out of Valdosta. All right, 9,000 separate the two to the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and James Hicks going to get the win line here as he goes 515 on the 511 dial in. All right, Mike Bernacci coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Palmatier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. So Kim Palmatier is going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 462 is going to be her dial in. Going against Lauren Edwards over there in the Budweiser lane. 556 is her dial in. Sportsman, y'all should be in lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman. Need y'all to lanes 3 and 4, please. Need my junior dragsters. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, 13 and older in lane 1. Tony Morris coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 476 going to be the dial in. He'll be going against Roland Alford over there in the Budweiser lane. 739 is going to be his dial in. Okay, got a clean green line start in both lanes. Here we go to stripe, and it's going to be Tony Morris getting the win line here on a double breakout. DJ Coventry coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 678 dialed in on his 68 Camaro. He'll go against Aaron Reynolds over there in the Budweiser lane. 620 is his dial in. All right, DJ Coventry is going to get the win line here on a red light start by Aaron Reynolds. Okay, that'll bring up your next pairs. We're going to have Wyatt Palmatier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 611 is going to be his dial in. He's going against John Rollins over there in the Budweiser lane. Rollins also with a 611 dial in. I got a 3,000 difference in the starting line. And John Rollins is going to get the win line here as he goes dead on with a 1 as Palmatier breaks out by 6 thousandths. All right, Ken Grant coming up next. He's out of Ty, Georgia. He's got a 569 dialed in on his 73 Nova. He'll go against Andy Lindsay over here in the Budweiser lane. Andy with a 672 dial in. All right, got a clean start from both drivers. Here we go to stripe, and it's going to be Ken Grant getting the win line here. As he goes through the 575 on that 569 dial in, as Andy breaks out with a 671 on his 672. Glenn Newman's coming up next. 646 to dial in for the S10 pickup truck. Going against Darren Stutz over there in the Budweiser lane. Stutz with a 548 dial in on that 1940 Willis. 26 now difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be Darren Stutz getting the win line here on a double breakout. Alan Roush Sr. coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 6:15 is going to be the dial in for the 2000 S10. He'll be going against Buddy Goolsby over here in the Budweiser lane. Goolsby with a 660 dial in on his S10. All right, Buddy Goolsby's going to get the win line here as he goes through the 662 on that 660 dial in as Alan Roush breaks out by 2000s. All right, that's going to bring up Wayne Campbell next. 628 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Alden Rollins will run over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 506 dial in. All right, in case you're not a pits, ladies and gentlemen, if you need any race fuel, the fuel depot is closing at 5:30. The Sunoco Race Fuel Depot will be closing at 5:30. They will open again tomorrow at 9 o'clock. So if you think you're going to need fuel this evening, you need to get back there and get your fuel taken care of now, as we will close the fuel depot at 5:30. All right, I got a clean green line start here. 26 now difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Campbell getting the win line here as he goes through the 629 on his 628. As Alden slowed to a 560 on his 506 dial in. All right, Dwayne Schmidt Sr. over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 838 is going to be the dial in going against the Michael here in Budweiser lane. This is Tom Boats. He's got a 1090 dial in. Both of them have identical red lights. And he's going to be Dwayne Schmidt Sr. picking up the win light. That'll bring up Larry Berger next. Berger's got 1189 dialed in on his bike out of Jacksonville. He'll go up against Chuck Woolham. Chuck out of Reddick, Florida, got a 1010 dialed in. All right, got a clean green line start in both lanes. And it's going to be Larry Berger hitting the win light here as he goes 1192 on 1189 dial in as Chuck breaks out with a 998 on his 1010 dial in. That's going to bring up Dwayne Schmidt Jr. 1358 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be running up against Tim Ogletree. He's got a 1205 dialed in. And a red light start there for Ogletree is going to give Schmidt the automatic win. Okay, Jeremy Davis coming up next over there in the Lucas Oil lane. 1319 is his dial in. He'll be going against Scott DeLong over there in the Budweiser lane. 1305 is his dial in. All right, Scott DeLong got the win light there as he goes 1305 on a 1305. All right, here we go. Back to Sportsman. Jeff Barrier over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1212 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. They'll be going up against D. Lichty over there in the Budweiser lane. And his Chevy Camaro, he's got a 1277 dialed in. And a red light start for D is going to give Barrier the automatic win light. And Barrier goes through the 1214 on a 1212 dial in. All right, Marcus Cruz coming up next. 1350 going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go against Bart Pangillion over here in the Budweiser lane. 1258 is going to be his dial in. All right, we got a clean green light start here between Marcus and Bart. And the win light's going to come on down there for Marcus Cruz. He goes 1357 on 1350 dial in as Bart goes out with a 1262 on his 1258. Marcus was ahead on the Christmas tree as well. 14/10 thousandths of a second was the difference at the stripe. Monica Roberts coming up next, 1248 the dial in for the 95 Camaro. She'll be going up against Brett Veneman, Jacksonville. 1296 is the dial in for the 06 GTO. Okay, looks like I got a 26 thou difference at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe, and your win light's going to come on down there for Monica Roberts on a double breakout. She's going to get the win light here. She breaks out by 6 thousandths, and Brett breaks out by a bunch. Dennis Harsh coming up next, 1380 the dial in for the Infinity. Here we go up against car number 10. As the Mustang over here in the Budweiser lane. And a red light start there by Dennis Harsh is going to hit the Mustang down the back wing light. All right, Jeff Lasavio coming up next. He's out of Ocala. 12-12 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Chevelle. He'll go up against Clint Wilson from Providence, Florida. 68 Nova is going to be here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 11 flat dialed in. Okay, red light's going to come on over there for Clint Wilson as he goes 11:07 on 11 flat dial in. As Jeff breaks out with a 12:10 on that 12:20. All right, Dan Salyer's coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 13:27 is going to be the dial in, going against the Camaro over there in the Lucas Oil lane, in the Budweiser lane. 11:14 is his dial in. And a red light start there in the Budweiser lane. It's going to give Sayers the automatic win. And Sayers goes through the 13:26 on that 13:27 dial in. Alan Hill coming up next. 11 flat the dial in for the Mustang. He'll go up against Jen Robards over there in the Budweiser lane. 13:12 is her dial in. All right, so we've got a little staging duel going on here as no one wants to seem to be going first. All right, here we go. We finally got Alan Hill moved on in. And we got a clean green light start in both lanes. 19 fouls separate the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, your win light's going to come on down there for Alan Hills. He goes 11:08 on his 11 flat dial in as Robards breaks out with a 13:10 on the 13:12 dial in. Bob Hoxton coming up next. 11:51 is going to be the dial in for the 90 model Chevy pickup truck out of Lake Butler. He'll be going up against Connor Fahey out of Brooksville, Florida. 11:95 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang. All right, 5,000 separate the two at the starting line. This will be close. Here we go to the stripe. Red light. Bob Hoxton. 11:53 on his 11:51 dial in. All right, Lee Helander coming up next. 12:97 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro out of Leesburg. And he'll be going up against Mitch Gunner. Mitch with a 12:76 dial in. Okay, you got a clean green line start for both racers. Here we go down on the stripe. And your win light's going to come on down here for Mitch Gunner as he goes through the 1282 on that 1276 dial in. As Lee goes out with 1305 on his 1297. All right, Robert Simpson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1204 is going to be the dial in for the 70-mile Chevy Nova out of Jacksonville. We're going up against Chad King over here in the Budweiser lane. Chad with a 1235 dial in on the Pontiac Firebird. And a red line start for Chad King is going to give Robert Simpson the automatic win. And Simpson goes through the 1202 on 111 miles an hour. And Chad King went 1238. All right, Byron coming up here for Jason Rediger. He's out of St. Petersburg, Florida. Got a 1242 dial in on the Chevy pickup truck. All right, here comes your buy run for Blake Jones. 1195 is going to be his dial in. Out of Orange Park. Okay, Blake goes through the 1205 and 52. All right, Morgan Wooten coming up next. 1260 is going to be the dial in. And we out of Douglas, Georgia. Should be going up against Kylie Mockney out of Venice, Florida. 1210 is going to be the dial in over there in the Budweiser lane. automatic start there for Morgan Wooten. Is going to get the automatic win here to Kylie Mockney. And Kylie goes through the 12:17 on 12:10. Morgan went 12:76 on her 12:60 dial in. Bradley Holdaway coming up next. 18 flat the dial in for the drag show out of Inverness, Florida. She'll go up against Ryder Horst out of Inverness, Florida. 11:90 is going to be the dial in over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, so Holdaway breaks out by a bunch. Ryder Horst is going to get the win right here. She goes 12:10 on his 11:90 dial in. Bring up Peyton Duffett out of Wesley Chapel. 11:95 is going to be the dial in. And Grant Lewis out of Rincon, Georgia. 13:90 is going to be his dial in. All right, attention to the pits, I need super gas, to lanes 1 and 2. Super gas, need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Come on down. All right, so we got clean green light starts in both lanes. And on a double breakout, it's going to be Peyton Duffett getting the win light here. So here we go to the 10 to 12-year-olds, and we got Xander Cook coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Wyatt Hicks over here in Budweiser lane. 975 is his dial in. All right, attention in the pits, I need super gas to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super gas, lanes 1 and 2, please. got a clean green light start in both lanes. And at the stripe, it's going to be Hicks getting the win light here on a double breakout. He breaks out by 3,000. And Sander breaks out by a bit. It's going to bring up Lincoln McMaster. 907 is going to be his dial in. And he'll be running up against Chloe Tanner over there in the Budweiser lane. 905 is her dial in. All right, look for Super Gas to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2. All right, Lincoln McMaster is going to get the win light here on a red light in Chloe Tanner. Caden Holdaway coming up next. 9 flat's going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. We'll be going up against Ryan Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. 890 will be his dial in. So we got a clean green light start for both these young racers. Let's see how it's going to work out down on the top end. And Ryan Cook's going to get the win light here as he goes 897 on 890 dial in. And Caden Holdaway goes out with a 910 on his 9 flat. Okay, so it looks like we're going to have Weston Daniel coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 928 is going to be his dial in. Going against Briella Browning over there in the Budweiser lane. 890 is her dial in. Okay, so another clean green light start in both lanes here. And here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Weston Daniel getting the win line here on the double breakout. Colson Hay coming up next. 896 is the dial in. He's out of Graham, Florida. Going against John Butler over there in the Budweiser lane. 890 is his dial in. Red line start there for John Butler is going to give Colson Hay the automatic win light. Colson goes through an 899 on that 896 dial in. Hunter Dowling coming up next. 931 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going to be going against Sierra Haight over there in the Budweiser lane. 898 is her dial in. Once again, looking for Super Gas. Super Gas to lanes 1 and 2. Super Gas lanes 1 and 2. All right, attention to the pits. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Start making your way into lanes 3 and 4. Overflow go to 5 and 6. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Lanes 3 and 4. Come on down. Overflow will go to 5 and 6. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you to lane 7, please. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. All right, Sierra Haight's going to get the win light here on a red light start by Hunter Dowling. And Sierra goes through with a 902 on that 898 dial in. And Hunter went 947 on his 931. All right, that's going to bring up Madison Butler. 895 is going to be her dial in, going against Brooklyn Collins. She'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. 894 is going to be her dial in. Yeah, real nice start there for Brooklyn Collins. It's going to give Madison Butler the automatic win light. Madison goes through an 894 on her 95 dial in. As Brooklyn went 897 on her 894. Everly Siegel coming up next. 912 is going to be the dial in over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going against Tanner Botany over here in the Budweiser lane. Tanner with an 898 dial in. All right, once again, looking for Super Gas. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2. Looking for Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. Overflow go to 5 and 6. The Super Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. kids. And we got Michaela Duffett coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's at Wesley Chapel, Florida. 799 is going to be her dial in. Going against Savannah High House over here in the Budweiser lane. 8 flat will be her dial in. All right, got a clean green light start. 15 now separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win lights coming on for Savannah High House. 801 on an 8 flat dial in. As Duffett breaks out with a 798 on a 799 dial in. Autumn D. Ross Seth coming up next. 802 is going to be her dial in. And she'll be running up against Wyatt Palmatier over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 820 dialed in. Yeah, red light starting here by Wyatt Palmatier is going to give Autumn D. Ross Seth the automatic win light. And Autumn goes through an 8 flat on that 802 as Wyatt goes 825 on an 820. All right, looks like that's going to take care of the junior dragsters here, and that wraps up round number 2. And now we get ready for round number 3. And I am looking for Super Gas in the lanes 1 and 2. I'm looking for the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator cars in the lanes 3 and 4 with overflow into 5 and 6. Super Pro Motorcycles I need in lane 7. Super Pro Bikes lane 7.
Again, we want to thank our sponsors while we got a little bit of downtime right here. We want to thank Goolsby Racing Enterprises. Hey, if you need lettering done for your storefront, you need your car wrapped. Hey, they even wrap airboats. So go check them out. Yeah, or give them a call at 352-870-7258. Also, hey, it's been raining. The grass is growing. Hey, if you need your lawn mowed, hey, give On the Spot Lawn Maintenance a call for full service lawn care for you at 904-966-1633. Also, don't forget our sister page, On the Spot with David Rogers, where they talk everything politics and local and world news. Check them out. Their podcasts are on Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. The event coming up here in October, a little ways away, is the 8th annual 352 Shootout. This is put on by Derek Putnam. Again, it will take place on October 27th and 28th right here at Gainesville Raceway. They will also have
All right,
a car show involved in that.
Here while we do a little touch up on the raceway, and then we'll get back underway here.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Hey, we also want to talk about some other things that's coming up here at Gainesville Raceway. On May the 13th is their Mega Test and Tune. They will have a car show and swap meet going on. So gates open at 8 o'clock that morning. Also, again, they will have that same type of test and tune going on June the 3rd. On May the 27th and the 28th. Grassroots Motorsports Challenge. This is a pretty neat thing where people have to build their own cars. They have to stay in a certain criteria how much money they can spend, and they have to do like a road type course with the cars, and then they have to drag race them down the strip. So pretty neat thing. Also on June 9th, don't forget about the Gatortown Throwdown. That will be going on here, and I tell you what, this is going to be a wonderful event. It's box and no box cars that will be racing each other, and two different classes. And as the cars dwindle down to a certain amount, the remainder will be forced over to run the pro cars. But hey, man, $5,000 to the winner and $1,500 to the runner-up. So just keep your ears and your eyes peeled at GainesvilleRaceway.com, and you can go in there and look at their schedule and see what is going on.
Super Gas. We got Joey Anderson coming out over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 630, of course, is the index for the class. 62 Nova Wagon. And he'll be going up against Roy DeWitt in his 57 Chevy. Both drivers out of Georgia. Okay, 5 now separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be the 57 Chevy picking up the win line here. Roy DeWitt goes 635 on a 630 index, picks up the win line, moves on into round number 4. That's going to bring up Jason DeWitt. 68 Chevy Camaro over there on the Lucas Oil lane. And we'll go against Mike Suley out of Naples, Florida in the 82 Olds Cutlass. And red light started by Suley is going to give Jason DeWitt the automatic win light. He goes through with a 632 on that 630 index, and Suley breaks out as well as he goes 628 on that 630. Tim Powell coming up next. He's out of Ty, Georgia, in the Corvette Roadster, going up against Mike Stafford. He's out of Ellaville, Georgia, in 88 Chevy Camaro, run over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, 6 fouls, separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Powell getting the win line here, 632 on that 630 index. And Stafford breaks out with a 629 on the 630. All right, Gene Quinn coming up next. He's out of Gainesville, 63 Corvette Roadster. Running against David Scott out of Jacksonville, the 68 Chevelle. So Gene Quinn's going to get the win line here as he goes through the 634 on a 630. And that'll bring up Roman Salter next out of Guyton, Georgia, the 91 Trans Am. Sure. All right, so Ivana on its way down the track. Here's 627 on that 630 index. All right, so that wraps up round number 3 of Super Gas. As we're getting ready to go here to round number 3 of the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator category. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Round number 3 of Pro Eliminator. We got Dan Salyers coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 844 is going to be the dial in for the Monte Carlo. And here we go up against Rob Reynolds. 637 is the dial in for his Monte Carlo. Okay, we got a clean green line start, 41 pound difference in the starting line. And Rob Reynolds is going to get the win line here as he goes 6:39 on the 37 dial in, and Saggers breaks out with an 8:42 and his 8:44. Roland Alford coming up next, 7:35 the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Glen St. Mary. He'll go up against Aaron Reynolds, 6:20 is the dial in for the S10 pickup over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, so you got a clean green line start here. And it's going to be Aaron Reynolds getting the win line here, 6:23 on the 6:20 dial in. As Roland Alford breaks out by 4 thousandths. Andy Lindsay coming up next, 6:71 the dial in for the 98 Mustang. He's out of Alachua. He'll go up against Ken Grant from Ty, Georgia. The 73 Nova, 565 is going to be his dial in. Yeah, red light start there for Andy Lindsay. He's going to give Ken Grant the automatic win. And Grant goes through the 561 on that 565. But doesn't change anything. He's still moving on. David Gaspar coming up next. 660 the dial in for the 87 S10. He's out of Port St. Lucie. And he'll up against Chris French over there in the Budweiser lane. 620 is the dial in for Chris. He's out of Ocala, driving the 68 Chevelle. Okay, so David Gaspar is going to get the win light here as he goes 662 on the 660 as French breaks out with a 618 on his 620 dial in. Martinelli coming up next, 658 is the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Middleburg. He'll go up against John DeWayne over here in the Budweiser lane. 648 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Camaro. All right, let's clean and green on both lanes, and your win light's coming off for John DeWayne as he goes 651 on the 648 dial, and he was 007 on the tree. Martinelli breaks out with a 657 on a 658. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, come on down. All right, Jeff Gatlin and Brett Betterman, and it's going to be Gatlin getting the win line here, 617 on a 615 dial in. Betterman goes out with an 824 on his 822. Sean Henson coming up next, 705 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going against Bart Pangillion over here in the Budweiser lane, 667 is his dial in. All right, here we go. And at the stripe, it's going to be Pangillion getting the win line here as he goes 667 on a 67. He's 012 on the reaction time. Picks up the win. Henson dead on with a 2. He's 024. So good close drag race there. Okay, that's going to bring up George Emanuel over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 779 the dial in for the 68 Nova out of High Springs. He'll go up against Travis Marchand over there in the Budweiser lane. 585 is his dial in. And red light starting there for Travis is going to give George Emanuel the automatic win light. Okay, Robert Simpson coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 762 is going to be his dial in. He'll go against John Rollins over there in the Budweiser lane. 611 the dial in for the 72 Nova. All right, got a clean green light start, and at the stripe, it's going to be Robert Simpson getting the win light here as he goes dead on 2 with an 040 reaction time as Rollins breaks out with a 610 on his 611 dial in. DJ Covington coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 682 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll go against Dennis Bergeron over there in the Budweiser lane. 709 the dial in for the Barracuda. We got a clean green light start. Looks like 14 thou separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. The win light's going to come on for DJ Coventry. And on a double breakout. Bob Hoxton coming up next. 728 is going to be the dial in for the 90 Chevy pickup truck out of Lake Butler. Got 728 dialed in. Here we're going against Jason Rollins over here in the Budweiser lane. 578 is his dial in on the 71 Nova. Okay, you got a green light start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's Rollins getting the win light here. 580 on a 78 dial in. Good run there for him as Hodgson breaks out with a 726 on his 728.
Just want to give everybody a heads up real quick. Here in about 20 minutes, we will have a little pause on our feed for
Okay, here we
Facebook.
go. This is Garrett Browning, if I'm not mistaken, over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 615 the dial in for the Chevy S10. Going against Chris Knapp over there in the Budweiser lane. 682 is his dial in. And we got a clean green light start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Chris Knapp. 683 on a 682 takes the win light. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 707 is the dial in for the 77 Gremlin out of Wildwood. He'll go up against Darren Stutz over here in the Budweiser lane. 664 is the dial in for the 63 Camaro. 93 Camaro. $40,000 difference at the starting line. And the win light's going to come on down there for Stutz as he goes 665 on a 64 dial in. Good run there for him. Gaffney goes out with a 709 on a 707. Steve Welch coming up next. Here we go on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 729 the dial in for the Plymouth Duster. He'll go up against Kevin Roberts over here in the Budweiser lane. 746 is the dial in for the 69 Camaro. And your win line's going to come on down there for Kevin Roberts. He goes 764 on a 746 dial in. All right, David Zink coming up next. 707 the dial in for the 73 Duster out of Ponte Vedra. He'll be going against Garrett Browning over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Sarasota, Florida. 6 flat to dial in. Okay, you got a clean green light start. It looks like a 6th now separated the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Garrett Browning getting the win line here, 601 on a 6 flat dial in. And he takes out David Zink. All right, this is Rob Reynolds coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 632 is the dial in for the Monte Carlo. Going up against Ernie Renfro over here in the Budweiser lane. 660 is the dial in for the 1970 Camaro. Okay, red light start there for Ernie Renfro. Is going to give Rob Reynolds the automatic win light. Rob goes through the 632 on a 632. Not bad. All right, that's going to bring up Bill Waller. 6848 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Ranger out of Briceville, Florida. All right, attention in the pits, Sportsman, need you lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, Waller goes through the 646 on his 648 dial in. All right, Super Pro, y'all should be in lanes 1 and 2 with any overflow going to 3 and 4. Need Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Here we go. This is like a semifinals here of these Super Pro motorcycles, and we got John Upthegrove over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 585 is going to be his dial in. We're right against Sandy Rodriguez Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 551 will be his dial in. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And here we go to the stripe, and it is going to be John Upthegrove getting the win light here as he goes through the 591 on 585 dial in. And Sammy Rodriguez goes out with a 556 on his 51. Byron coming up here from Larry Berger. He's got a 782 dialed in. And Berger is doing the 791. All right, street bikes. Need y'all back to lane 7, please. Street bikes, lane 7. All right, here we go. Back to Super Pro. We got Glenn Newman's coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 643 is going to be his dial in. They'll go against Troy Walker over here in Budweiser lane. 685 going to be the dial in for the S10. Okay, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Looks like 12 final separating the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Glenn Newman's getting the win light here as he goes 646 on his 43 dial, and his Volker breaks out by 6 thousandths. Bruce Gerton coming up next. 564 is the dial in for the 79 Fairmont. He'll be going up against James Hicks Jr. over there in the Budweiser lane. 503 is his dial in. Red light started by Bruce Gerton. It's going to give James Hicks Jr. the automatic win light. Hicks goes through the 506 on the 503 dial in. Dan Dobson coming up. 643 is going to be his dial in. A 1980 Chevy Monza out of Gainesville. They're going up against James Kelly Hicks out of Elton, Florida. 449 the dial in for the dragster there in the Budweiser lane. All right, 20,000 separating the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Hicks getting the win line here. 450 on a 449 dial in as Dobson's charge slowed to a 648 on its 643 dial in. All right, Chris McLean coming up next. He's out of Clearwater, Florida. 450 is going to be the dial in. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll run up against Bob Alexander out of Auburndale, Florida, in the 79 Malibu. He's got a 637 dial in. McLean's going to give Bob Alexander the automatic win light. McLean went dead on with a 9, but he was 003 red. It's going to bring up Shirley Powell next. 665 is the dial in for the 1970 Chevy Camaro. He'll be going up against Jamie Kelly over there in Budweiser lane. 586 is the dial in for the 86 Dodge Daytona. Okay, 3,000 separated the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and your win line's coming on for Jamie Kelly as he goes 587 on 586 dial in. Sherby breaks out with a 664 on his 665 dial in. Brings up Derek Brewster next. 545 is going to be the dial in there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going against the Camaro over here in the Budweiser lane. Car number 503. This has got a dial in of 627. Yeah, red light starting for the Camaro is going to give Brewster the automatic win light. And Brewster goes down the 546 on that 545 dial in. Tierra Carter coming up next. She's out of Blackshear, Georgia. 518 is going to be her dial in. She'll run against Rick Brantley over there in the Budweiser lane. Brantley with a 452 dial in on his dragster. All right, 2,000 separate the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Tierra Carter getting the win line here. She was dead on with a 1 with a 008 reaction time. She put 9,000 back together. Brantley was 010. Breaks out by 4 thousandths. Nick Parkin's coming up next. He's out of Wildwood in the 77 Corvette. He's got a 576 dial in. He'll be going against Wayne Campbell over there in the Budweiser lane. 627 the dial in for the S10 out of Plant City. Okay, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Nick Parkins getting the win light here with the Corvette as he goes 576 with an 8 on a 76 dial in. As Wayne Campbell goes out with a 630 on his 627. Mark Watson coming up next. 590 the dial in for the 78 Pontiac Trans Am out of Jessup, Georgia. Going up against Kent Buckner out of Ellaville, Georgia. 597 the dial in for his Chevy Camaro. And we got a clean green light start. 18,000 separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Watson getting the win light here. As Buckner breaks out by 1,000th of a second. That's going to bring up Jerry McGill next. 479 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going against Brian Jones out of Orange Park. Brian with a 463 dial in. clean green light start, 10,000 separated two of the starting line at the stripe. This will be flying Brian Jones getting the win light here. 464 on a 463 dial in as McGill goes out with 482 on his 479. Mike Fiddler coming up next, 645 the dial in for the 73 Plymouth Scan. Going up against Mark Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. Horton with a 493 dial in on his dragster. All right, we got a green light starting both lanes. Only 1,000 separated the two at the starting line. It's going to be Mark Horton getting the win light here as he goes through that 494 and that 493 dial in. As Bill Fiddler breaks out by 2,000s. Will Highhouse coming up next. 471 is going to be the dial in over there in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll be going up against Robert Ledbetter from Fort Pierce, Florida. Got a 69 Firebird. 588 is his copy of the dial in for Ledbetter. Okay, they're all green light starts at both lanes at the stripe. It's going to be Will Highhouse getting the win light here as he goes 476 on a 71 dial in. Robert Ledbetter goes closer to the dial in. He was 589 on his 588, but he was further away on the reaction times. He was 080 on the tree with double 04 for Highhouse. Bubba Hawthorne coming up next, 448 is the dial in for the dragster in Memphis, Florida. Going up against Buddy Goolsby over here in the Budweiser lane. 661 is the dial in for the 91S10. All right, only 2,000 separated the two of the starting line, and it is going to be Bubba Hawthorne getting the win light here as he goes 449 with a 4 on a 448. Goolsby goes 662 with a 4 on his 661. 26 10,000ths of a second was the difference, as it was basically won and lost on the starting line in 044 to an 046. Billy Dunn coming up next. 471 is his dial in. He'll go up against John Connick over here in the Budweiser lane. 747 is the information on John Connick's Ocala-based Monza. All right, so we got a clean start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's Connick getting the win light here. 747 on a 747. Good run there for him. Billy Dunn goes dead on with a 4. He's 054 on the tree. Connick was 031. Kim Palmatier coming up next. 462 is going to be her dial in. She'll go against Wilbur Woot out of Douglas, Georgia. 465 is his dial in. It is. Kim Palmetier is going to get the win line here. She goes 462 action time. Wooten was 021 on the tree, but he went 463 with a 9. All right, Haley Wright coming up next. 5:15 is going to be her dial in. She'll run up against Nate Hamilton out of Fitzgerald, Georgia. He's got a 5:55 dial in.
Sorry for a little interruption there. We have to do that after 8 hours and refreshing on Facebook.
On the track 492 is going to be his dial in. Now we're on against Greg Spell over there in the Budweiser lane. 644 is the dial in for the S10 out of Jacksonville. Okay, 7th out, separating the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Craig Spell getting the red line here. As he goes 646 on a 44 dial in. As Daniels breaks out by 3 thousandths. I'll bring up Tony Morris next. 474 is the dial in for the dragster out of Winter Garden, Florida. And we're going up against Garrett Browning out of Savannah, Georgia. 613 is his dial in. All right, 10 now separated the two at the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Garrett Browning getting the win line here on a double breakout. That'll bring up Vince Costa next. He's out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. 663 the dial in for the 96 S10. Move up against Chris Lewis over there in the Budweiser lane. 458 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Rincon, Georgia. All right, attention in the pits, junior dragsters. So making your way back to the station lanes, please. Junior dragsters, back to the lanes, please. And need by 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, and 13 and over in lane 1. Sportsmen, you should be in lanes 5 and 6 at this time. Street motorcycles, you should be in lane 7 at this time. All right, here comes Bill Hooks. 613 the dial in for the 65 Chevy 2. He's out of Glenville, Georgia. He'll be going up against Darren Stutz. Stutz with a 547 dial in on the 1940 Willis. Gets the win line as well. 548 on his 47 dial in. Stutz gets the win line. Tom Heath coming up next, 598 the dial in for the GTO. He's going against Ken Grant over here in the Budweiser lane. 570 is the dial in for the 73 Nova. Okay, we got a clean start, 11,000 separated the two at the starting line, and it is going to be Tom Heath getting the win line here. He goes 602 on a 598, picks up the win line there, as Ken Grant slows to a 582 on his 570 dial in. Keith Collins coming up next. 568 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going against John Rollins over here in the Budweiser lane. Rollins with a 610 dial in on the 72 Nova. All right, 11,000 separated to the starting line. Your win line's going to come on down there for Keith Collins. He goes 568 on 5 on a 568 dial in. Rollins goes dead on 4, but Collins was ahead on the Christmas tree by 11,000. Ben Batts coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 776 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against James Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 449 is the dial in for the drag shot of Elton. Okay, Bass is going to get just over a 3-second head start, and red light start by Kelly Hicks is going to give Ben Bass the automatic win line. Bass goes through with a 769 on that 76 dial in. He'll need to work on that. He was 010 on the tree. And Kelly Hicks goes out with a 448 on his 449 dial in. Bubba Browning coming up next. 67 Chevy 2 out of Sarasota is going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 622 is his dial in. He'll be running up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lanes. 512 the dial in for him. So David Hicks gets the win line here, 513 on a 512 dial in as he takes out Bubba Browning. DJ Coventry coming up next. 676 going to be the dial in. He'll be going up against John Rosowski. He's got a 586 dial in on the Dodge Daytona. Win line is going to go on in the Budweiser lane, 588 for on that 586 dial in. All right, need my junior dragsters back to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters need you back to the lanes. Bruce Bennett coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 591 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against John Siegel over there in the Budweiser lane. 442 is the dial in for the dragster out of Riverview, Florida. right, attention in the pits, super gas, lanes 1 and 2, please, super gas, need you lanes 1 and 2, come on now. Bronze Automotive Pro ET, start making your way into lanes 3 and 4, please, Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7, please. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. Pro ET, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7, please. All right, here we go. We got Madison Butler coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be the dial in, going against Wyatt Hicks over there in the Budweiser lane. 976 is the dial in. Red light start there by Madison Butler is going to give Wyatt Hicks the automatic win. Hicks goes through the 984 on his 76 dial in, and Madison went 891 on her 890. Weston Daniel coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 926. The dial in going up against Sierra Haight over here in the Budweiser lane, 899 is her dial in. All right, got a clean green line start in both lanes. Looks like 45 pound difference at the starting line. And the win line's going to come off for Sierra over there. She goes dead on for the 7. Picks up the win line there is Daniel Scarslogan at 932 on that 926 dial in. Colson Hay coming up next, 897. That'll be the dial in. We're over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Lincoln McMaster over there in the Budweiser lane, 905 is his dial in. Lincoln McMaster is going to get the win line there as he goes through the 912 on that 905 dial in. That's gonna bring up Wright and Cook next. 895 is gonna be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going up against Everly Siegel from Riverview. 899 is gonna be her dial in. She'll be over here at the Budweiser lane. Red line start there for Everly Siegel is going to give Wright and Cook the automatic win light. He goes through with an 890 on that 895 dial in. All right, here we go. We got Autumn D. Rossett coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 950 is going to be her dial in. Going up against Savannah High House. 950 is going to be the dial in the Budweiser lane. All right, Super Gas, needs you lanes 1 and 2. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2. Collins Automotive Pro Eliminator, needs you to lanes 3 and 4. Pro ET, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Okay, so on a double breakout, Autumn D. Rossett's going to get the win light. ladies and gentlemen, here we go, back into Super Gas. We got Roy DeWitt coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the 57 Chevy out of Bloomingdale, Georgia. He'll run up against Tim Powell. Powell's out of Ty, Georgia, driving the Corvette Roadster. Okay, red light start there by DeWitt. It's going to give Tim Powell the automatic win. Tim Powell goes dead on with a 1. All right, Roma Salter coming up next. He's in Guyton, Georgia. Got the 91 Trans Am. Going to run up against Gene Quinn over here in the Budweiser lane in his 63 Corvette Roadster out of Gainesville. Okay, Roma Salter's going to get the win right here on a double breakout. He breaks out by the least, so he'll move on into the next round. And that'll bring up Chris Lewis. Chris out of Bloomingdale, Georgia, 68 Chevy Camaro. All right, so Lewis goes through with a 631 on that 630 index. All right, here we go, back into Pro Eliminator. Jeff Gatlin is going to be over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 615 to dial in for the Ford Mustang. And here we're going against Ron Reynolds out of Melbourne over there in the Budweiser lane, 632 is his dial in. line start, and the win line's going to come on over there for Jeff Gatlin on a double breakout. He breaks out by the least, so Gatlin moving on into the next round. Parent Nova's coming up next. We got Robert Simpson over there on the Lucas Oil Lane. He's got a 758 dialed in on his 70 Nova out of Jacksonville. And Jason Rollins over there in the Budweiser Lane. He's got a 577 dialed in on his 71 Nova. He's out of High Springs. All right, got clean green light start, 18,000 separated the two at the starting line, and the win light's going to come on for Jason Rollins. He goes 578 on a 77 dial in, picks up the win light there for Robert Simpson. George Emanuel coming up next. 777 is the dial in for his 68 Nova. He's out of High Springs. Going to go up against Chris Knapp over here in the Budweiser Lane. 681 is his dial in. All right, 3,000 separated the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be Knapp getting the win light here on a double breakout. Bill Waller coming up next. 646 is the dial in for the 84 Ford Ranger. He's out of Briceville, Florida. He'll go up against Aaron Reynolds out of Melbourne. 623 is his dial in. Okay, only a 1,000 separated the two at the starting line. That stripe is going to be Aaron Reynolds getting the win light here as he goes dead on with a 7 with an 0.24 reaction time. Waller was 0.23, goes 647 on his 46 dial in. John Dwayne coming up next, 616 the dial in for the 68 Camaro up there in the Lucas Oil Lane. Going up against Ken Grant over here on the Budweiser side, 565 the dial in for the 73 Nova. He's out of Ty, Georgia. Red light starting there for Ken Grant. It's going to give John Dwayne the automatic win. John goes through with a 608 on that 616. Grant went 560 on his 65 dial in. Bart Pangilian coming up next. 81 Camaro over there in the Lucas Oil Lane's got a 667 dial in. Going against Kevin Roberts out of Hawthorne, his 69 Camaro, he's got a 744 dial in. That 001 red light start there for Kevin Roberts is going to give Pangilian the automatic win light. All right, Mike Crook coming up next. 682 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going up against John Siegel over there in the Budweiser Lane. He's got a 6 flat dialed in. Green light start both lanes, 26,000 difference at the starting line, and it's going to be the Camaro getting the win light here. As Mike Crook goes 680 on an 82 dial and gets the rim light over John Siegel. All right, this is the pit. Super Pro, need you lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, need you lanes 1 and 2. Come on down. Sportsman, need you to make your way lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, here comes Rob Reynolds. 629 is going to be the dial in for the Monte Carlo. Going up against Darren Stutz over here in the Budweiser lane. 664 the dial in for the 93 Camaro out of Green Coast Springs. Okay, so I've got the 14th dial difference at the starting line. It's going to be Rob Reynolds getting the win light here as he goes through to 631 on that 629 dial in. And Stutz breaks out by 1,000ths of a second. David Gaspar coming up next out of Port St. Lucie, Florida. He's got a 660 dial in on the 87 S10. David goes through the 660 on that 660 dial in. All right, here we go with our Super Pro Motorcycle final round. And we got John Updegrove who's going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 585 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Larry Berger over there in the Budweiser lane. 789 will be his dial in. Okay, Larry Berger's going to get the win line here. On a double red line start, he was the better of the two. And he goes dead on with a 4, picks up the win. All right, here we go back into the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Got Keith Collins coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 568 is going to be his dial in. Then we're up against Jamie Kelly over there in the Budweiser lane. 585 is going to be the dial in for the 86 Dodge Daytona. Red line start there for Keith Collins. Going to give Jamie Kelly the automatic win. And Kelly goes dead on with a 2. 585, 2 on a 585 dial in. That's going to bring up Ben Batts. 769 is going to be the dial in for the 65 Chevelle. He's out of Gainesville. He'll be going up against Ari Kelly. 492 is going to be the dial in for the dragster over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, 8 miles separated the two in the starting line, and the win line is going to come on for Ari Kelly. Goes 493 on a 92 dial in with a 004 reaction time. Vance goes out with a 774 on a 769, so 12. Kim Palmatier coming up next. 461 is going to be the dial in for the dragster over there in the Lucas Oil lane. And she'll be going up against Garrett Browning over here in the Budweiser lane. 612 is his dial in. Okay, 31,000 difference at the starting line here. And it's Kim Palmatier going to get the win line here. She goes dead on through the 3. Picks up the win. Browning breaks out with a 611 from that 612. He breaks out by 4 thousandths. All right, here comes Derek Brewster next. 546 is the dial in for the dragster out of Blackshear, Georgia. Here we go up against James Hicks Jr. over there in the Budweiser lane. 504 is his dial in. All right, nice clean start for both racers, and at the stripe, it's going to be James Hicks Jr. getting the win right here on a double breakout. So he'll pick up the win there and move on to the next round. That's going to bring up Tierra Carter out of Blackshear, Georgia. 517 to dial in for the dragster there in the Lucas Oil lane. And she'll be right up against Brian Jones. He'll be over here in Budweiser lane. 463 is his dial in. Starting line, here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Tierra Carter getting the win line here on a double breakout. Yeah. All right, here comes Bubba Hawthorne and James Kelly Hicks. Both drivers are dialing in 447. Clean green light start both lanes, and it's going to be Bubba Hawthorne getting the win light there. As he goes through the 448 on that 447, Hicks goes dead on with a 1. Can I get it done on the top end as he is behind on the Christmas tree by 24 thousandths. Tom Heath coming up next. 568, 560, 598, excuse me, is the dial in for the GTO. He'll go up against Bob Alexander over there in the Budweiser lane, 633, the dial in for the Malibu. Hey, red line start there for Bob Alexander is going to give Tom Heath the automatic win. Heath goes through the 599 on that 598 dial in. That's going to bring up Glenn Newman's next. He's out of Alachua. 644 is the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. He'll be running against John Connick. Connick with a 747 dial in on his S10, or excuse me, his Monza out of Ocala. All right, we've got a clean green light starting. Glenn Newman's is going to get the win light here as Connick breaks out with a 744 on his 747. Newman's runs dead on with a 6 and picks up the win. All right, Nick Parkins coming up next. 575 is going to be the dial in for the 77 Corvette. He'll go up against Chris Lewis over there in the Budweiser lane. 458 is going to be the dial in for the drag show in Rincon, Georgia. Yeah, red light start there for Lewis is going to give Nick Parkins the automatic win light. Parkins went through the 573 on a 75 dial in. It's going to bring up Mark Watson next. 589 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am out of Jessup, Georgia. He'll go up against Craig Spell over here in the Budweiser lane. 644 is his dial in. All right, win line there is going to come off for Craig Spell as he goes 646 on a 644 dial in. H2, Nate Hamilton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Got a 552 dialed in on the Chevy Camaro. Going to go up against Cameron Frederickson over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 441 dialed in. both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. He's going to be Fredrickson getting the win light here. 442 on a 441. All right, here comes John Brzezowski. 585 is going to be the dial in for the 04 Dodge Charger. Or 86 Daytona, excuse me. Going up against Darren Stutz over here in the Budweiser lane. 546 is the dial in for the 1940 Willis. Red light start there for John. It's going to give Darren Stutz the automatic win. And Stutz goes through the 546 on his 546 dial in.
Again, I want to thank everyone joining us tonight. Sorry that we lost one of our cameras. We're currently trying to get that fixed. But we want to thank all of our marketing partners that make everything happen for us. First one up on the block is Goolsby Racing Enterprises right here in Gainesville, Florida. So if you're looking to wrap a boat, a car, or you need some lettering for your storefront, give Goolsby Racing Enterprises a call at 352-870-7258. Also, on the spot lawn maintenance, that's right, it's been raining and the grass is growing. It's springtime. So if you need an estimate or need someone to come out and mow your lawn, give On the Spot Lawn Maintenance a full service lawn care for you a call at 904-966-1633. Also, we want to tell y'all to join our sister podcast called On the Spot with David Rogers on Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. as they talk politics and everything that's going around in the local area and around the world. Hey, don't forget about the 352 shootout. That will be coming up on October 27th and 28th right here at Gainesville Raceway. There will be many different classes that will be running. Some of those will be no time on the boards, and they also do a car show as well.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida at David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great." ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
we go. Yeah, it's gonna be a competition single. Is a competition unable to make a call here, so David Hicks is gonna get a competition by here. All right, attention to the pitch, junior dragsters. You're still there? Start making your way back to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters, start making your way back to the lanes, please. All right, junior drag. All right, junior dragsters, 6 to 9-year-old, need y'all to weave your way through the staging lanes there to lane 8, please. And I also need junior dragsters 10 to 12 back to lane 2, please. All right, here goes the finals of your street bike competition. That's going to be father against son. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. is going to be over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1343 is going to be his dial in. Then we're going up against his dad, Dwayne Schmidt Sr. 838 the dial in over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, we got a clean green light start, 30 thou separated the two at the starting line. Here we go. At the stripe, the win light's going to come on for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. on a double breakout. He'll pick up the win light here tonight. All right, here we go back in the sportsman. Got Robert Simpson over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1195 is going to be the dial in for the 70 Nova out of Jacksonville. Going up against Jim Fahey in the Ford Mustang over there in the Budweiser lane. Got 1120 dialed in. All right, we're going to play green light start, both lanes, 37 thou separated the two at the starting line. Here we go at the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Robert Simpson. He goes 1196 on 1195 dial in. It's Fahey goes out with 1132 on that 1120 dial in. Monica Rivers coming up next. 12:41 is going to be the dial-in for the 95 Camaro. She's out of Ocala. And she'll go up against Dan Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane. 13:23 the dial-in for the 71 Monte Carlo. Okay, we got a clean green light start for both racers. And it's going to be Monica Roberts getting the win light there. She goes dead on with a 1. Salyers breaks out 13:19 on a 23 dial-in. Salyers actually had a better reaction time as he was 0:58. Monica's 1:45. Now we have the buy run here from Marcus Cruz. Marcus with 13:46 dial in on his Dodge Challenger. All right, here we go with our junior dragster, 6 to 9 year old final round. It's going to be Blake Jones over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11:95 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Ryder Horst out of Inverness, Florida. 11:90 is going to be his dial in. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. Yeah, red light start there by Blake Jones is going to give Rider Horse the automatic win light. All right, so Blake went through with a 12:41.42. Ryder goes through with 11:92 at 53. Okay, so here we go back into our 10 to 12-year-olds as we got Wright Cook coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Wyatt Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 896 is going to be the dial in for him. He's out of Elkton, Florida. Yeah, red light start there for Rod Cook's going to give Wyatt Hicks the automatic win light. And Hicks goes through the 986 on 896 dial in. Cook goes through with an 890 on his 890 dial in. Lincoln McMaster coming up next. 905 is going to be his dial in. He'll be running up against Sierra Hayden over there in the Budweiser lane. 897 is her dial in. All right, red light start by Sierra Hayes, going to give Lincoln McMaster the automatic win. And Lincoln goes through the 903 on his 905 dial in. Sierra goes dead on with a 0. Unfortunately, she was a little bit early on the takeoff. All Alright, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super gas, station lanes 1 and 2, please. Super gas, lanes 1 and 2. Alright, that was a test hit there for Chris Lease. He goes 953 at 129 miles an hour. Alright, so we got some more test runs coming up here as we get Scott DeLong coming up over there on the Budweiser lane. Once again, look for super gas to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super gas lanes 1 and 2. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, need you to make your way into lanes 3 and 4, please. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. Alright, Scott DeLong goes through the 896 at 152 miles an hour. Alright, here we go. We got Scott Young coming up next here in the Chevy Camaro. Okay, got another test run coming up here on car 1513. Little Mercury Capri. All right, once again, looking for Super Gas, the lanes 1 and 2. Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. All right, this is our junior street entry doing some license passes. go back into Super Gas, and we got Roman Salter coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Guyton, Georgia. 91 Pontiac Trans Am. Going against Chris Lewis in his 68 Camaro out of Bloomingdale, Georgia. Alright, we got a clean green line start, 21 mile difference at the starting line at the stripe. Chris Lewis is going to get the win light. He goes 632 on that 630 index as Roman Salter broke out by 4 thousandths. And that'll bring up the buy run here for Tim Powell. He's out of Ty, Georgia. Okay, so Tim Powell goes dead on. 630 with a 0. It was 014 red, but still went dead on. And he is in the finals.
Sorry for the issue with the camera, but we have gone on over 10 hours so far in this race, and apparently one of our batteries is dead.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, back into our Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator category. And we got David Gaspar over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 660 going to be the dial in for the S10. It's going to be just John Dwayne over here in the Budweiser lane. 648 is going to be the dial in for John. And the red light start there for David Gaspar is going to give John Dwayne the automatic win. And John goes through the 603 on that 648. All right, Mike Crook coming up next. 68 Chevy Camaro's got a 680 dialed in it. And he'll be going against Aaron Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. 623 is his dial in. And red light start there for Mike Crook's going to give Aaron Reynolds the automatic win. And Aaron goes through the 620 on that 623 dial, and he was 005 on the tree. Mike Crook broke his, was dead on with a 1, but unfortunately he was 009 too quick on the Christmas tree. Jeff Gatlin coming up next, 612 is going to be the dial in for Ford Mustang out of St. Augustine. He'll be running up against Jason Rollins over there in the Budweiser lane. Jason in the 71 nose got a 576 dialed in. All right, 11th hour, separate these two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Jason Rollins getting the win right here on a double breakout. That's going to bring up Bart Pangilian next. 666 is the dial in on the Chevy Camaro. And Chris Knapp out of St. Petersburg. He's got a 679 dial in for his S10. Okay, Chris Knapp's going to get the win line here on a double breakout. to make sure Super Pro's in the lanes, Super Pro's in the lanes. Guys, getting down here close to crunch time. I need y'all to turn and burn. So as soon as you make a run, if you're still in it, I need you to cool them, fuel them, and get them back into staging lanes. From this point on, folks, I need you to kind of keep them moving along. Don't wait on me necessarily to call you. So if you are a round winner, cool it, fuel it, get it back into staging lanes. All right, here we go. We're getting ready to bring Super Pro out for their next round of eliminations. If you are not in the lanes, Super Pro, you need to get moving. As we are starting to run Super Pro right now, if you have not got your car into the lanes, you need to be turning and burning. You need to get it up here in the lanes right now. All right, our first game out, we're going to have Tierra Carter coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 5:15 is going to be the dial-in. She's out of Blackshear, Georgia. Going up against James Hicks Jr. out of St. Augustine. 5:02 is going to be his dial-in. Once again, we are running Super Pro. If you are in Super Pro and you are not in the lanes, you need to get to the lanes right now. All right, 24,000 separated the two at the starting line. And the stripe, the red light's coming off for James Hicks Jr. 5:04 on a 5:02 dial-in, picks up the win. Tierra Carter goes 5:16 on a 5:15. Hicks was ahead of her on the Christmas tree, 0:24 to her 0:48. Bubba Hawthorne coming up next. He'll be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 4:45 is going to be his dial-in. He'll run against Ari Kelly over there in the Budweiser lane. 4:91 is going to be the dial-in for the dragster. And Ari is out of Jacksonville. Once again, if you are in Super Pro and you are not in the lanes, your class is running right now and you need to be on the move. I need sportsman in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, Ari Kelly is going to get the win light here. 4:94 on a 4:91 dial-in, picks up the win. As Hawthorne slows to a 4:50 on his 4:45. Will Highhouse coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 4:70 is going to be his dial-in. He'll be running up against Glenn Newman's over here in the Budweiser lane. Newman's with a 6:43 dial-in. Okay, we got a clean green light start for both High House and Newman's, and at the stripe, it's going to be High House picking up the wet line here. He goes dead on with an 8.470 with an 8 on the 0.14 reaction time. Glenn Newman's goes dead on with a 3, but he's 0.31 on the tree. So High House picks up the win light. Tom Heath coming up next, 598 to 9 on the GTO. He's out of St. Augustine. He'll be running up against Darren Stutz. He's got a Green Coast spray. He's got a 544 dialed in on that 1940 Willys. Red light start there for Stutz. He's going to give Tom Heath the automatic web. Heath goes through the 599 on his 598 dial in. That's going to bring up Kim Palmatier. 461 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's out of DeLand, Florida. She'll go up against Cameron Frederickson over here in the Budweiser lane. 441 is the dial in for the dragster out of Riverview. That red light start there for Kim Palmatier is going to give the win light here to Frederickson. And he goes through the 457 on that 441 dial in. All right, Nick Parkin's coming up next. 573 the dial in for the Corvette. He's out of Wildwood. And we're up against Jamie Kelly over there in the Budweiser lane. Kelly with a 584 dial in on the 86 Daytona. All right, got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe here. Win light's going to come on down there for Nick Parkins. 575 on a 573. He was 018 on the tree. Jimmy Kelly breaks out by 6 thousandths as he goes 583 on his 584. Once again, folks, remember if you were around winter, cool them and fuel them and get them back in the lanes. All right, here we go. As we got David Hicks coming up next. 5'11" is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of St. Augustine. He'll be running up against Craig Spell over here in the Budweiser lane. 644 is his dial in. All right, red line start there by Craig Spell is going to give David Hicks the automatic win lane. And Hicks goes through the 512 on that 511 dial in. All right, looks like we're going to be going over here to Sportsman. It looks like Byron's going to come out first. This is going to be Robert Simpson out of Jacksonville. 1190 is going to be his dial in. Once again, folks, remember, once you make your run, if you're a winner, cool it, fuel it, get it back in the lanes, please. All right, so Simpson goes right dead on with a 0, 1190 with a 0, so good run there for Simpson. It's going to bring up Monica Roberts over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1239 is going to be her dial in. Driving the 95 Chevy Camaro. She'll be running up against Marcus Cruz over here in the Budweiser lane. 1349 will be the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. All right, we got a clean green light start, 29 pound difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Marcus Cruz picking up the win light here as he goes dead on with a 5. He also had a better reaction time as he was 052 to Monica's 081. Monica goes through the 1243 on her 39 dial in. So it looks like we're going to have Marcus Cruz and Robert Simpson facing off in the finals of Sportsman. All right, attention to pitch, Chris Knapp. Chris Knapp, need you in the staging lanes, please. Chris Knapp, need you to the staging lanes in this time. Come on down. All right, here we go with our Super Gas final round. Tim Powell, over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 630 is going to be his dial in. Going against Chris Lewis out of Bloomingdale, Georgia, in the 68 Camaro. Okay, 45,000 difference at the starting line and the stripe. It's going to be Chris Lewis picking up the win line here tonight as he goes 634 on that 630 index, and he was 002 on the Christmas tree. Tim Powell goes 627 on that 630 index and breaks out. All right, here we go back to Pro Eliminator. We got John Dwayne coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 602 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Jacksonville. We're going to go up against Jason Rollins. Rollins out of High Springs, Florida. The 710 is getting 575 dialed in. line starting both lanes. And at the stripe, it's going to be John Dwayne getting the win line here as he goes 605 on the 602 dial in. Picks up the win. Rollins breaks out with a 572 on his 575. And looks like your buy run coming up here for Aaron Reynolds. 620 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Melbourne, Florida. Okay, Aaron goes through the 615 on that 620 dial in. Okay, here comes the next pair here in this round of Pro Eliminator. We got Rob Reynolds coming up over here on the little side of the track. 629 is going to be the dial in for the Monte Carlo. Going against Chris Knapp over here in the Budweiser lane. Knapp with a 678 dial in for his S10 pickup. All right, got a clean green light start, 30,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go, the stripe, your win light's going to come on down there for Rob Reynolds. He was 630 on the 629 dial in. 006 on the Christmas tree. Chris Knapp goes 682 on his 678. He was 036. All right, just a quick reminder to everybody, tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, RFC is going to be having a chapel service up here on the 3rd floor of the tower. Donuts and coffee will be provided. That's tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, 3rd floor of the Tiny Tower. Races for Christ are putting on a chapel service, so make sure you come on in tomorrow morning at 8. a test hit coming up here on the Dodge Dakota. Okay, so that's going to bring up our junior street entry. All right, so the junior street car goes through there with a 1052 at 63 miles an hour. And it looks like we're getting ready to go over here to Super Pro. over to Super Pro. I think we're down to quarterfinals here. We're going to go with Nick Parkins. He's going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 573 is going to be the 9 for the 77 Corvette out of Wildwood. He'll go up against Ari Kelly out of Jacksonville. 492 is going to be the dragster, the 9 for the dragster. Okay, red line start there for Ari Kelly. It's going to give Nick Parkins the automatic win light. Parkins goes 601 on that 573 dial in. Going to bring up your next pairs. We're going to have Tom Heath out of St. Augustine over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 596 dialed in on the Pontiac GTO. He went up against James Hicks Jr. He's out of St. Augustine. 503 is going to be his dial in. Okay, Tom Heath's going to get the win light here as he goes through the 6 flat on that 598 dial in. Hicks, what went wrong there? His starters did not want to take off. He was dead late on the tree. Bring up your buy run here next for Will Hillhouse, or Highhouse, excuse me. All right, so Hillhouse goes 472, 136.
Well, we got a little bit of downtime. Again, we want to thank our sponsors that make everything happen. Team GRE, Goolsby Racing Enterprises, right here in Gainesville. Hey, if you're needing the car wrapped, or even you need some lettering for your storefront, Goolsby Racing Enterprise has you covered. Give them a call at 352-870-7258. Also, on-the-spot lawn maintenance, full-service lawn care for you. That's right. It's been raining, it's springtime, and the grass is growing. So if you need an estimate or you need your yard mowed, give them a call at 904-966-1633. Also, don't forget about our sister podcast. That's right, On the Spot with David Rogers. Their podcast are on Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and they'll talk about politics and news around the area. Don't forget about the 8th annual 352 shootout, that's coming up on October the 27th and 28th right here at Gainesville Raceway.
Hey, Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida at David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
All right, we're here at Gainesville Raceway, just waiting to finish out a couple more rounds of eliminations. Again, don't forget, we'll be back here tomorrow. The track goes live at 9 a.m. And just a reminder, if you're out in the pits and you're watching, we will have church service in the morning at 8 o'clock on the 3rd floor of the tower.
Lucas Oil side of the track, 511 is the dial in over there in Lucas Oil lane. I'm going to get John Siegel over here in Budweiser lane. 442 is going to be the dial in for the dragster. All right, 3,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. David Hicks is going to get the win line here, 512 on a 511 as he takes out John Siegel. Siegel goes dead on 8. Can't get it done. 13 10,000ths of a second was the margin of victory. All right, here we go with the sportsman final round. Robert Simpson is going to be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 1189 is his dial in the 1970 Nova out of Jacksonville. And we go against Marcus Cruz over there in the Budweiser lane. 1343 the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. Marcus out of McClenny, Florida. All right, we got a clean green light start. 9,000 separate the two at the starting line. All right, here we go to the stripe in your win light. It's going to come on for Robert Simpson. He goes 1190 on 1189 dial in, picks up the win light. Marcus Cruz goes 1346 on his 1343. All right, just another reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock up on the 3rd floor of the tower, the Races for Christ is going to be having a chapel service up there. They will provide donuts and coffee. So 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, 3rd floor of the timing tower. Come on up for the chapel service presented by the Races for Christ. All right. Semifinals here, looks like in Pro Eliminator, and it looks like father and son going to battle it out here to find out who's going to make it to the finals. As we have Rob Reynolds over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 629 the dial-in for the Monte Carlo in Melbourne. And Aaron Reynolds going to be running over here in the Budweiser lane, 620 the dial-in for the S10 pickup, also out of Melbourne. All right. Aaron's 001, Rob's 022, double breakout. Rob Reynolds gets the win light here as he goes 2 under. Aaron goes under a bunch. Andy Byron coming up here for John Dwayne. 603 is going to be his dial in. And it looks like John's just going to take the tree and back up. All right, attention out here in the pits. Parents, you need to get over your youngins. Like to have one just get hit out here just a moment ago, running out in front of a truck out here. So we need to, parents need to get a hold of your kids and keep track of them. They can't be running wild out here in the station lanes or around the property with too many people moving around, please. So please, parents, we ask you to get a hold of your kids, keep track of them, and know where they're at all times. right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go with our Super Pro semifinal round. And we're going to have Tom Heath coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 598 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac GTO. Here we go up against Nick Parkins over there in Budweiser lane. 573 is the dial in for the 77 Corvette. He's out of Wildwood, Florida. All right, 6 now, separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win lights coming on down there for Tom Heath as he goes through the 601 on a 598 dial in. And Nick Parkins goes out with a 604 on his 573. Will Highhouse coming up next. 470 is going to be the dial in for the dragster over there in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll run up against David Hicks from St. Augustine over here in Budweiser lane. 511 is going to be his dial in. Clean green light start, only 1,000 separated the two at the starting line. Here we go to stripe, red light, David Hicks, 511 with a 1 on a 511 dial in. He takes out Will Highhouse. Highhouse went 472 on his 470 dial in. All right, need all the finalists in the lanes. Finalists need you to the lanes, please. Cool and fuel them. Let's get them in the lanes. this is a test hit here for the Dodge Dakota. All right, I need my Super Pro finalists. Make your way into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro finalists. Need you to the lanes, please. Tom Heath. David Hicks. All right, here we go with the Ron's Automotive Pro Eliminator final round. Rob Reynolds going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 628 is going to be the dial in for the Monte Carlo out of Melbourne. Going to go up against John Dwayne from Jacksonville. 68 Chevy Camaro over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 603 dialed in. Once again, looking for my Super Pro finalists to make your way into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro finalists, need you in the lanes, please. All right, 9,000 separate the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win line is going to come on for John Dwayne. He goes 604 on a 603 dial and picks up the win. Rob Reynolds goes 631 on his 628. attention to pits. David Hicks, need you in the staging lanes, please. David Hicks, need you to the staging lanes, please. we go. We got our Super Pro final round. We got Tom Heath over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 598 the Island for the Pontiac GTO. He's out of St. Augustine, Florida. Also out of St. Augustine is his opponent, David Hicks. 511 is going to be the Island for the dragster over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, we got a clean green light start. Here we go. The stripe, your win light's going to come on for Tom Heath on a double breakout. He breaks out by the least and picks up the win. So congratulations to Tom Heath. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for coming out and being with us here for our Summit Points race, day 1. And we'll be back out here again tomorrow. Remember that tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, 3rd floor of the tower, Racers for Christ having a chapel service. Donuts and coffee will be provided. That's 8 o'clock tomorrow morning up on the 3rd floor of the tower. If you're headed home tonight, be careful, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. If you're staying here, behave yourselves. Good night, everybody.
Well, again, thank you for watching the races here at Gainesville Raceway tonight. We will be back here tomorrow morning. Track will go hot at 9 a.m. So if you're out there in the pits and you're watching it, don't forget, we will have church service at 8 o'clock, 3rd floor of the tower. We'll have donuts and coffee. So come on and listen to a great message, and we'll see you tomorrow.